I saw the study by the European Commission, the Gender Equality Index, and I was surprised by what with what I saw.
Okay, you may share it with us later on then.
Lida, did you want to share your
yes, of course.
one slide first? Just I know it's a little bit of an isolated topic, but it carries on from our meeting yesterday, from our coordination meeting.
You remember very correctly. But Angelos needs to allow me share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. It's only one slide anyway. I promised to talk about the carbon compensation actions. I don't know if you can see it, if you can all see it well, or should I maximize my screen? Is it okay? Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so as you see, airbag allows us to use about 2,000 euros maximum at network level, either by the lead partner or by individual partners. However, we should agree for the use of this budget between us. Such measures may include, but they're not limited to those that airbag mentioned, awareness raising events in the local community, educational activities with target groups, tree planting initiatives, carbon literacy training, and community projects focusing on reducing carbon emissions. Okay, the amount is not so big, but you might want to think about it and come back in the next coordination meeting. If you are thinking of using a part of it or all, we can discuss it among us. That was all, Jean. I don't know if any partner has already something in mind and wishes to communicate it now or at the next meeting. We can plan. The amount is this.
We have time, do we? There's no immediate time pressure on us to make a decision.
Okay, I see that Anna wants to ask something.
Yeah, well, I would rather say about our idea, because there is an NGO in Poland who plants trees and forests. So it would be our idea to use that money, like part of that, of course.
Yeah, I know also a Greek NGO that it's called Save Your Hood. I think it's called like this, and they do voluntary actions in cleaning and picking up plastics and things like that. But in any case, we need to discuss it with Dimitri and Peoni from the municipality, if we can support them in some way or support any other activity. And also what would be important, I think that Angelos will agree to that, is to also give some awareness of the action with that it's done under the BluAct and the airbag program. I think that would be a minimum requirement to show also that it's part of a BluAct project. That's all from me. I don't know if anybody wants anything else from Synergy or anything. That's all about it.
Dimitris, were you going to come in there?
I was wondering if we could have an horizontal, let's say, approach on that, because something like an awareness event, when we're having the ULG, multi-ULG meeting, I think, if I remember well, we'll have a multi-ULG meeting for all ULG groups. So if we could have let's say, an intervention there by some expert or something like that, so all of them could be informed of that. Just a thought is that. because I think that something horizontal could be, let's say, more right for the project.
Well, we could organize some kind of activity that relates to the sea. For example, to pick up, plastics or litter or whatever litter it is, and organize it and, boost it communication-wise.
Okay.
But we can think about it for next time.
Okay. So we can leave it for the next coordination meeting.
Because it's 4 of us. If we all want to use a part of it, it's 500 euros. It's a substantial amount to organize something and give it a lot of publicity, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Lida. That's great. Wonderful.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anna, is that a historic hand that you have up? Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Great, brilliant, everybody. Morning, Tioni. I think we should probably also doubtless probably just say a quick hello. Is it Emily from Bologna-sur-Mer? So we haven't met before, but welcome to the meeting. I don't know whether you want to very quickly introduce yourselves, because I think I won't go around the whole of the room, but it might be useful just for people to understand who you are and connect with you if they are also communication officers in other cities participating as well.
Okay. Hello everybody. I introduce myself. I am Émilie Dufetrel. I'm working at Boulogne-sur-Mer Développement Côte d'Opale, which is a territorial attractiveness, urban planning and economic development agency for almost 6 months. And I have 2 main missions. First, the communication of the agency and its advices. And secondly, the attractiveness of the Boulogne territory.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I guess in the context of this project, you're very much actively involved in the communication aspects of the project in the local area. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm trying.
Brilliant. Okay. So Angelos, who you can see with the designature name on his screen, is our communications person from Piraeus. So we should probably at some point introduce you to him if you haven't met him already. Say hello, Angelos.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Oh, you know each other. That's good.
Nice to meet you, Emily.
Brilliant, super. Thank you very much. Great, welcome. So I'll, I think I have the first session this morning, if that's okay. And the focus of our first session this morning is really just thinking about perhaps some of the creative ideation tools that cities might use to try and generate potential competition applicants. So if you remember yesterday, I highlighted the sort of 2 key sort of aspects of running a Blue Growth entrepreneurship competition that I felt were important for us to consider as cities. And those 2 were generating sufficient good quality business ideas or business proposals. And I'm for the want of a better description, I'm calling that creative ideation. And then the other one that we talked about yesterday was supporting those business ideas to develop their ideas further so they become robust businesses. And so today, as I said, we're going to focus for about 20 minutes on this idea of how do we generate some good quality business ideas. I think the same issue applies that I mentioned yesterday to each of you as cities. Some of you may find that by simply publishing an open call for the competition, that you generate sufficient good quality applications from entrepreneurs with well-developed business ideas. And that will be, I think, particularly true if you're if you operate in a local market which is quite buoyant in terms of its entrepreneurial activity. You know, if there are lots of existing entrepreneurs in the local area who have developed good quality business plans, it may just simply be an issue of publishing the open call. And for example, if you have been able to secure sponsorship or you have match funding available from your own organization, you're able to offer prize money for people entering the competition. History tells us, I think, from phase one that works particularly well in attracting applicants. You might find that you end up getting a good number of quality applications. And you might, as I say, if you operate in that kind of local market, you might find that traditional marketing and communications activity is enough to generate enough applications. I would assert that the evidence from phase one of BluAct and the evidence from what I see across other cities in Europe is that if you don't operate in that kind of buoyant entrepreneurial market, you very much have to think more creatively about how you go out into communities and how you almost suck out or draw out good ideas from those communities that you can pull into the competition. So the purpose of this presentation was really just to highlight some thoughts about what kind of activities you might undertake in order to generate business proposals. What I'm going to try and do is basically talk through a few of those ideas. Traditional hackathons, things like service jams. There might be a place here for a methodology called charrettes. I'm going to talk a little bit about design sprints, sand pits, lean startup programs that we touched on briefly yesterday. An interesting idea that I picked up from the UK, which is a structured and systematic idea generation workshop that I've come across. And then the other one is the idea of pitching competitions or contests. Many of you will have potentially a demo day as part of your plans over the lifetime of the competition. And it might be that you could open that up as a discrete pitch fest in order to encourage applicants to put business plans into the demo day, as long as you get to vet them first and approve that they are robust enough. People might have a well-developed plan and enter that as a discrete component rather than the whole of the program. And my suggestion, and I know this is difficult and challenging, but my suggestion, is that maybe a really good outcome might be to run more than one of these types of events to encourage your partners within your marinescape to think about whether they could run one of these events as part of their contribution towards the competition, and whether you could in that way encourage 3 or 4 of your partners at the appropriate time in the overall competition to do something to work within their communities to generate business ideas. And in this way, if you excuse the cheesy video, your job as the coordinator of the competition is simply to act as the conductor of the orchestra, allowing those great instrumentalists to play their instruments in the best way possible, if you excuse the metaphor. Moving on to the first one of those. Oh, there we go. So I don't want to go into a massive amount of detail about hackathons, because there's a considerable amount of experience already in the partnership around running hackathons. And so, you know, certainly I think in Gdansk and in Piraeus and also Bologna-sur-Mer, you know, lots of existing experience. I think it's interesting to look around the globe, and you'll see that in relation to blue economy competitions, there's equally lots of good practice and examples of hackathons that exist across the globe that try and stimulate good quality applications for blue growth competitions. Most of you will know the process. Most of you will know the background. I suppose my only thought about them to some extent is obviously they were very much originally conceived as a construct which kind of brought software engineers and programmers, graphic designers, user experience specialists together with the primary goal of kind of creating new software and new hardware proposals at the end of the process. So, you know, one might suggest that they are good if you're working in that sort of domain of digital product development. But and I think, you know, to be fair, some of our partners in BluAct One use them also to develop industrial designs, not just digital platforms and digital tools. So I suppose there's an element where I think to myself, they have a place, but they occupy quite a narrow field in the potential opportunities to generate business ideas. So I'm thinking, well, there must be other tools and opportunities out there in working with different communities who maybe are not so digitally orientated. So one of the things that I'm kind of interested in is service jams. And again, this is just, again, being slightly creative, but the, you know, wondering whether, for example, there are some services related to the blue economy and an opportunity to work with people who are not necessarily so digitally orientated to kind of get a group of people to come up with new services related to the blue economy. So here is an example of the Global Service Jam. It operates as an annual competition globally. I think I certainly remember Gdansk has participated in the Global Service Jam in the past. And I think it's interesting to note the 2019 theme, for example, as I say at the bottom of the slide, is how can we design out plastic waste from our everyday life as citizens and consumers? So it's a good example, I think, of a topic and a domain which could generate and stimulate good blue growth entrepreneurship ideas. Let's just have a quick look at how the process works.
There's no sound.
Jim, there is no sound. Is it normal or?
Sorry, my apologies. I hadn't realized. I thought I had automatically shared with sound, so apologies.
Help, Angelos, please.
It's all right, I've done it. I think I've done it, apologies. That means you missed the orchestra as well, and missed the music the conductor was playing. Here we go. Can you hear this? It's a bit quiet, it doesn't start immediately.
Ready to jam?
The secret theme is not a puzzle. There are no right answers. You should not try to understand it. Use as a starting point.
And remember to keep the secret theme secret.
The secret theme for the 2019 Global Service Jam is...
So I won't, I'll let the video run, but I'll talk over it. It's just the titles in the video, but it gives you an example of where a city might potentially use a service jam in order to generate blue ideas and blue business ideas. And it is very much, I think, rooted in the principle of design thinking. So it's just another methodology instead of hackathons, which I think will generate stronger service design ideas rather than software solutions. So just a thought process. And as I say, see whether you can encourage your partners to, one of your partners to organize a service jam as part of the competition. The other thing that I think is quite interesting to look at is charrettes, which again is a methodology quite common in architecture. It's used often as a participatory process to allow communities to come together in order to often to design physical spaces. And again, you can have a look again at the kind of design charrette process as it's mapped out in that diagram. And that follows through from a sort of process around identifying what the challenge is, listening to local communities, developing a vision, a shared vision, and then creating a prototype and gathering feedback from it. And you might think to yourself, well, where on earth would architecture and design fit in the kind of principle of blue growth. I think one of the things that's really interesting that Piraeus has done in the past is they've had some solutions that people have brought forward for localized energy innovation. And you'll notice at the top on the right-hand corner, there's a charrette for sustainable energy for all. And so my question is, or my proposal to you is that, you know, is there an opportunity to perhaps use a process like charrettes with urban planners and energy specialists to perhaps look at, you know, new energy solutions for the blue economy, you know, and encourage a group of architects and urban planners to try and develop new proposals for a blue growth competition. The other one that I think is kind of quite interesting as a process and methodology is a design sprint. And again, you know, is often used in the development of digital applications as a methodology, but is equally applicable to a range of other scenarios. So again, you know, if I'm thinking about product design, a design sprint might ultimately be an appropriate methodology. Could you potentially work with a design department within a particular university to bring up or develop some ideas for potential blue growth entrepreneurship type projects? Let's have a quick look again at the methodology.
Hi, I'm Jake from GV, and this is a super fast intro to our sprint process. The big idea with a sprint is to build and test a prototype in just 5 days. It's kind of like fast forwarding into the future so you can see how customers react before you go to all the time and expense of building a real product. Every sprint starts with a big challenge, a team of about 7 people, and a clear calendar. On Monday, you'll create a map of the problem and choose one specific target. On Tuesday, you'll create solutions to your problem. But instead of a shout-out-loud group brainstorm, you'll work alone to sketch detailed, competing solutions. On Wednesday, you'll pick the best solutions. Instead of endless debate, you'll use a structured decision-making process. On Thursday, you'll build 1, 2, or even 3 realistic prototypes. These prototypes are just a facade of a finished product. You can use tools like Keynote, Marvel, and Envision to create fake apps and websites, or to quickly prototype hardware, you can use a 3D printer or modify an existing product, or just prototype the marketing materials. Finally, on Friday, you'll test your prototypes in 5 one-on-one customer interviews. You'll find obvious patterns. Some solutions will work, but some won't. Either way, you'll have clarity about what to do next, and a great start on that big challenge. To learn more, check out our book, Sprint. It's got detailed hour-by-hour instructions, and it's packed with stories about startups like Slack and Medium and Flatiron Health. Good luck with your sprint, and thanks for watching.
So again, just a potential to run a slightly different ideation activity within your community to generate ideas. A couple more that I'm going to very quickly jump to. An innovation sandpit is a methodology that I think is quite strongly rooted in the academic research community. So it's a methodology often used by multidisciplinary teams of PhD type researchers to bring together social scientists, physical scientists, and so on and so forth, in order to arrive at new solutions to particular challenging issues. So again, it works on the principle of running over 2 or 3 days and starts with that whole kind of process of identifying a challenge and then trying to develop a team of people to think differently and innovatively about how to solve that challenge. And again, it might be that, as I say, you can work with one university or a group of universities to encourage a group of researchers to run an innovation sandpit that might generate some interesting concept and ideas that might potentially feed a Blue Growth competition. We talked yesterday about design thinking and lean startup methodology, and again, those types of processes sit at the core of lots of these different ideation methodologies. So I flag it up as a potential opportunity and thought process. This is an interesting project from the UK. It's run by Barnsley, a Barnsley-based organisation called Excalibur UK, and they run a program called the SHIELD program, and it's very much intended to be a localized business idea generation workshop. So you'll see from the flyer on the right-hand side that it runs through a very systematic process of pulling together a whole community of people from a particular local area, and goes through a process of modeling the skills, surveying opportunities that might exist locally in the local market, developing ideas, and creative problem solving, right the way through to trying to develop some business concepts. It's almost considered as a pre-startup course. So again, just an example of a more traditional ideation methodology that I've seen used in the enterprise field that might be interesting or relevant to look at. And then the last couple are just, as I've said before, I think you as competition organizers will probably have a demo day as part of the process. I think, I don't know how many of you come across what they call the soup movement. It started in Detroit in the US, and it is basically very much a kind of community-based pitch fest model, where it works with voluntary and community sector organizations, or it works with residents in particular localities who've got particular community challenges or problems. And what happens is that basically people come along for an evening. In the UK, they pay £5 for a soup and a bread roll, and then they hear pitches from 4 or 5 community groups and organizations, and then the winner of that competition ultimately wins all of the money that people have paid for their meal for that evening. Let's just have a quick look at the Bristol soup video. And clearly that isn't a blue economy related example, but I think what's interesting about it is that it doesn't necessarily require access to high net worth individuals or people with lots of money. It can run very much as a community-based pitch fest. So it might be that you foresee opportunities to work with your local communities in terms of generating ideas from the voluntary community sector. Oops, sorry. The other one I was just very quickly going to show you was obviously a traditional pitch fest, and then I think I've got one more slide after this, but a traditional pitch fest from the blue economy.
Hello, Tim Silverwood here, wondering if you've got a great idea to help Planet Ocean. If the answer is yes, then I'm here to tell you about the Ocean Impact Pitch Fest 2020, our inaugural campaign calling for applications from startups and entrepreneurs who are helping to create an abundant and sustainable ocean. Together with our partners, we've put together a huge program of support, including personal mentors and a chance to showcase your venture to the world. Applications are open now. Submit yours today.
So again, I think, as I say, I think if you can open up your demo day, or if you are planning on running a demo day, as a discrete component of your program that applicants can apply to if they have a business idea, without necessarily coming along to the previous elements of the program. That might be another way potentially to generate new ideas and business proposals. So I'm done. I'm interested, whether anybody has any thoughts or anybody, I think, Lida, from your perspective, one of the things that you talked about is, could you work with other departments within other universities? And there might be some ideas there about how, you might adapt or work with those departments to generate some business ideas. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments? Gail.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Just a comment about the first diagram you've just presented, the one presenting the pathway from not foundation, from scratch to scaling. It's just a return on our own experience in Boulogne-sur-Mer. I think we moved too fast, and seeing that diagram, we can observe that the first part of the pathway is very long and very important to consider. And I think we should invest more on this first part. And that's a very interesting, I would say, lesson to learn from the last experience we had. For the next one, we are planning to run 2022.
Thanks, Gail. Do you mean, in some senses, the challenge and the idea generation? You think sometimes that people need more time in
Yes.
that period? Yeah.
Yes, I think we should stress more on that point, and that's our inside thinking. That's what we were talking about within the team, and this diagram shows that it's very important to take more time and to invest more on methodologies and time with people and the whole community to define the right challenges and to be ready to work on them after. And for me, it's a very interesting point to see that on that diagram, because you can consider the full pathway, the full process, and have a clear view on what we have put energy on and what we didn't give not a lot of attention and not too much attention. I think we can change that, and that will be a great thing for the next edition.
Brilliant, really useful feedback. And I guess just last comment, but your reason for wanting to extend that process is because you think it will get you better quality business ideas at the end of it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
And
okay.
I think that will be more satisfying for everyone. People who are involved in the organization and people who are involved in the process at the end during the design, and the hackathon time.
Brilliant. Okay, good. Anna?
That's an interesting point of view, and I would like to add something. What was also challenging for us in the first phase is to find the common language with people from Blue Economy, because we realized that they didn't have an experience with this kind of incubation acceleration programs, and they don't understand the language we used. So also we decided to change the language. But also, we realized that it would be really great to spend more time to just talk with them about what is this all about. Have the common understanding what's going on, because we have we know the technical knowledge how to do this kind of programs. They know about the challenges in the industry, but it's not sure they know. The language, they have the business knowledge, etc., etc. This is our experience from Gdańsk. Of course, it can be different in your cities, but yeah, that was really strongly visible. And still, I have some questions about the whole methodology from people who are not don't know it really well. So yeah.
I'm interested on the language point. How did you change the language, or why? What led you to believe that some of the language was challenging?
Because when we also had this thought in our minds that probably this is why we don't have a lot of applications from people, because they don't understand what is a pre-acceleration program. In the past, it was the evaluation from the last year, and now we start to use language. These are the programs supporting entrepreneurship. This is like the competition. The pitching is like the presentation of ideas. Of course, we would like to introduce the language, but also giving the explanation. Because, for example, my colleague told me that when we did workshops in the past, so there was a lot of people for workshops about public speaking. Only few when we had workshops about pitching, and it was very often almost the same thing. And it was probably because some words are not so well known in Poland, because you have this pitch your idea in English, for example, but we don't have the similar thing in Polish. So we started to think about the new dictionary, and it's still it's work in progress. So we want to introduce the language, but also try to find the right language to different target groups. And when we talk with Maritime, probably it should be like very easy and very basic at the beginning.
It's really interesting and probably something we could probably all learn from. So when you develop the new dictionary, perhaps share it with us, because it will be, as I say, I think something, I take your point, pre-acceleration. If I'm a business entrepreneur, what does that mean to me? How does that differ from acceleration? Or, where do I join? What's a pitch fest? It is all jargon, isn't it? So yeah, good point. Gail, is that a historic hand?
Yeah, no, it's just agree on what Anna just said. We also have had this discussion inside our team about the question of the language, the semantic, and the fact that it can be a barrier for a lot of people to enter the dynamic we want to build on the territory. So that is another challenge we will address for the next edition. And that's a very important thing to explore, I think.
Yeah, good, great. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your time and thoughts. If anybody else has any comments or suggestions, then please do let me know. In the meantime, can I suggest that we go to the first presentation of one of the partners before we have a break. Dimitris, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to make a comment regarding what Gail said, because I totally agree. the better you are prepared to do something, the better the outcome is. So if you give time to identify the challenges of the entrepreneurship in your area and try to connect them with the business ideas, the best result you will have. My only concern is that you cannot manage the time in the public sector, the way you can manage the time in a private sector. You cannot be that fast in the public sector. So all let's say steps need time, and especially for me, the first step to identify the business area. But I don't know if the public sector can spare this time. This is a challenge that maybe needs to be answered within the project. Because if you give so much time in the first phase, you will not have the time for the next phases of the challenge, of the competition. This is my only concern.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Good point. No, maybe, as you say, something we can explore in future transnational meetings and develop a dictionary that or a language that will simplify this whole process for potential applicants. Yeah, good. So thank you. I'm conscious, as I say, we want to try and get one presentation in before we break in maybe about 13 or 15 minutes. So I'm looking for any volunteers who would like to go first rather than picking somebody.
Jim, I believe we should give the speaker to Isabel and Florence because they had a request since yesterday.
Okay.
So they might need a little more time than the rest. That's why. What do you think, Isabel? Do you agree?
I'm okay. I mean, I can share my screen for now if you like. Okay. It's okay. You all see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Great. So, first of all, a recap of our main transfer roadmap main goals. So we go quite quickly on that. I will spend a bit more time on what we did since the beginning. We decided to foster an innovation and entrepreneurship culture, make sure more projects come live after the competition, integrate Blue innovation to the training courses in Boulogne, improve the maritime sector knowledge to wider public, attract and keep talents in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and create a maritime data environment in order to foster innovation. So in a nutshell, really the main goals we have. We worked on two major actions since the last transnational meeting. The first one is the ULG. So the first challenge was to create the ULG. So we didn't start from scratch. We already had quite a number of stakeholders involved, especially in the previous hackathons, but we wanted to develop more of these partnerships. So we really had, we invited quite a variety of stakeholders. So we had the Chamber of Commerce, the Maritime Cluster, which is in contact with many companies in this field, the region, NGOs, the university. So that's it. And we organized our first ULG meeting. We plan to involve, of course, this ULG in the Boulogne meeting that will take place in March. The next big part of the work that we did during that period was the competition, because we organized the Boulogne Ocean Hackathon in November 2021. So the main achievements, the results of the hackathon. So we had 10 challenges, 12 teams and 73 participants. We have really 4 teams standing out. First of all, the winner, called the NoSiop, who tackled the issue of end-of-life ships. And to make it a bit more concrete, Gail will later on present a bit more what the project is, so that you can have an idea of the type of work that can be done in that short time of the hackathon. The second team is Posei Sciences. They developed a smartphone application on local biological resources. The third team, Fish and Meat. So the issue there was the valorization of abundant species which are badly known by the consumers. Another one, the jury's crush, was Nanopal, and they created an information system on danger of micro and nanoparticle of plastic. There were 6 other challenges. One about database creation, another one which was an app to promote maritime events, another one which was an app to declare fish species taken by mistake, a tool to promote training on aquatic product valorization and trade, an app on tourism and cultural development of the fishing area in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and also work on reduction of greenhouse gas emission due to the maritime traffic. We have a short video. Is it okay? It takes 2 minutes 32. It's okay, I can put it? Great. Do you hear the sound okay?
On voit pas, Isa.
Non, mais on voit pas. Il faut que mettre YouTube.
Mais YouTube. Tu nous entends, Isabelle?
Vous entendez ou pas?
Non, on n'entend rien, on voit rien, Isa.
Vous entendez rien. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
Il faut partager ton écran sur YouTube.
Sur YouTube.
Ton écran de partage.
Comment je dois faire?
Dans partage d'écran, tu switches sur YouTube, sur la page.
Où? Là, si je clique là, ça va pas? Non, ça marche pas. Sorry, I've been told you don't hear anything. Is that correct?
Il n'y a que nous là.
We can hear something, but we can't see any video.
The same.
Maybe you need to stop sharing and share again, and make sure to share your screen and not the PowerPoint. Probably you have.
Okay, so I should stop the PowerPoint and I should share the screen.
Maybe stop your share, and start it again. I can stop it for you if you wish.
Yes, you can do it for me.
So please share again, but share your screen. And not just the PowerPoint.
Right. Is that okay this time?
Yes.
C'est bon ce coup-ci, les filles?
Oui, c'est bon, mais c'est pas au début.
Ah, je remets depuis le début.
Vas-y.
Voilà.
Merci.
Tu peux mettre plus de son, s'il te plaît, Isa?
Ah, ok. Là, je suis au maximum.
Bon, ça va aller, ça va aller.
Ça va aller?
Ouais, c'est bon, t'inquiète.
Vous voulez que sinon, il faut que je réchappe et que je mette du son sur mon ordi.
L'ambiance est géniale, franchement, il y a une entraide entre tous les groupes, chacun avait des sujets différents et on a tous réussi à un peu discuter avec tout le monde cherchait des informations dans les autres groupes. pour essayer de porter un peu le projet.
On a réussi à se lier alors qu'on est dans plein de domaines différents et à finaliser un projet en 48 heures, ce qui est assez impressionnant. Je propose à tout le monde de participer, tout étudiant qui a envie de s'engager, de proposer des projets.
Comment est-ce qu'on réconcilie un monde de l'innovation distanteur et un monde de la mer?
Le BluAct il a cette ambition de mettre en synergie des porteurs de projets, des startups, avec justement l'ensemble du monde de la recherche.
Partir de l'océan que nous avons pour aller vers l'océan que nous voulons, c'est la devise de la décennie des sciences océaniques pour un développement durable des Nations Unies.
Notre problématique montre les enjeux qui gravitent autour de l'économie des océans.
Oups. J'arrive plus à arrêter le bazar. Ok.
Bonjour à tous, merci d'être revenus dans la salle. Alors, j'ai demandé...
c'est pas vrai.
Ferme ta fenêtre, Isa. Ferme ta fenêtre en haut, là.
Oui. Alors.
Ferme ta fenêtre en haut.
Alors.
Ah ouais, voilà, c'est bon. Vas-y, vas-y. Et repartage ton écran, t'inquiète pas, no stress.
Alors, tac, tac. Voilà. Vous voyez mon écran?
Pas encore.
Pas encore. OK. Voilà.
Parfait. Regarde. Merveilleux.
Well. OK. Can you hear me okay?
C'est bon. Tout va bien.
So I hope the sound was not too bad and that you have an overview of the hackathon. And also there was the Camp de l'Innovation, as you've seen at the end. It was because also we did some awareness raising of school children. So I will now leave the floor to Gaëlle before talking about the issues that we made, so that she can talk a bit more about what was the NOSIOP project, the project who won the hackathon. And she will also talk about, after the hackathon, how the Living Lab is working with the project managers.
Thank you, Isabelle. So I'm going to make a short presentation of the laureate project, NOSIOP. And after that, on the follow-up, we are implementing on this project and others. So this one is the winner, I would say. And just briefly to tell you about it, the need to be filled, the challenge was this observation that there is a gap in the boating sector. We have a lot of old boats abandoned on marinas, beaches, and so on, and there are problems because they are ugly and they pollute a lot. And sometimes people uses bad methodologies to destroy them and so on. So in France, we have public services dealing with the dismantling of those boats, but there is no support to transport the boats, to train the boats, and to transport them to the site where they are going to be dismantled. And this project answered the challenge by providing a complete solution based on a community and a marketplace designed for port administrators, boaters, and all people involved in the sector. And it is designed in a circularity model, enabling the all stakeholders and end users to have added value to enter this model. Everyone gain at the end. So this is a good solution. And if you are interested in the project in your own country, or if you are facing some similar problems, you can you can ask me and I will share with the team if you are interested in knowing more about this project. Isabelle, can you switch to the next slide, please? Thank you. So they win, and after the hackathon, the process is not over. They took part in December. The team took part in a national pitch challenge in Brest, in a wider, I would say, in a wider environment with a lot of similar projects on various teams. Represented in San Francisco, Mexico, and so on. This was an international pitch challenge, and it was a great experience for them because it was an opportunity to highlight the work they have done and the way they have addressed the challenge. And it also was interesting because at the beginning in November, they weren't sure about what they are going to do, what they were going to do with this project and what was their position in this situation. They weren't sure of being entrepreneurs, and the journey and the experience of presenting in a larger audience strengthened the team and enabled them to be more secure about what they can do about their project and so on. So that was a great experience for them. And now they have support from state agencies, and they have support of the Blue Living Lab, Nausicaa, and all its partners. They are supported by BDCO too, also. And they are committed to that project and considering how they can move forward with it. So we are about to help them doing so. A first workshop is planned to address their potential end users and all the relevant stakeholders to help them fine-tune the BM they have produced during the hackathon and to test the MVP they have already produced during the hackathon. So they are going to participate in several workshops. They are going to enter into a training session about business development because most of them are web developers and not very trained for business, really. And apart this project who won the hackathon, different teams and people who participated came and asked for information and have been sensitized to entrepreneurship and innovation and want to move forward into this direction as they are students for most of them. So in February, all of the people who participated will be invited to attend a next session where they will find more information and will have the possibility to explore what is business development and how they can mix their appetite for ocean technologies and the environment in general with business development. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaëlle. So there were some success, but also some issues that we had to overcome. First of all, we noticed that the word hackathon can be sometimes a bit difficult to understand by some people who are a bit afraid. They say, well, I'm not an IT specialist, should I come? Which is a shame because we also need, I mean, in a team, you can have some IT specialists, but also some people who who know a lot about tourism development, about ecology, about different other subjects. So it can be really a pluridisciplinary team and not necessarily, I mean, only composed by IT specialists. So maybe we should have a different name. So that's something we can discuss. I don't know. So the sanitary context, of course, we had to do with it. Most participants are students. So that's interesting because it's a good opportunity to encourage young people to become entrepreneurs. But the problem that we have is that they do not necessarily plan to run a business following the hackathon. So it's sometimes a bit difficult to transform project ideas into real life projects. So, well, the challenges which are suggested by the different stakeholders should be maybe a bit more understandable and suited to more target groups. We maybe should use a different method to collect the challenges. It's not always, that's something we would like to have a feedback from the partners. How do you collect your challenges? How do you get the challenges which are suggested to your competitors? And also one main point, it's not easy to address detected needs and at the same time create an economic model project. So the example of the winner, NewStop, I mean, it really addresses detected needs of the territory. And at the same time, if we manage to create an economic model, that's great, but it's not always the case. So yeah, something to be discussed. Oops. I've been too quick. So a couple of pictures. Well, thank you very much. And if you have any question, feel free to ask.
Laisse les photos, Isa.
Comment?
Laisse les photos, c'était sympa.
Ah, ok, je remets les photos alors.
Pour l'ambiance.
Ok. Voilà. C'est bon là? Alors attends, à partir d'un lien. Voilà.
Merci.
That's great. I see Anna's got her hand up. So straight over to Anna for the first question.
Yes, I'm really impressed by what you did and also by the evaluation you did. I have a question about collecting challenges because that's also our case now. And I would like to ask, how did you do that? And what would be like, what if you can change it, what would you do?
I don't know if Gail or Florence, you want to reply to that one? Because you were organizing the challenge collection.
Yes, you want to know, hello Hannah, it's Florence. You want to know the organization of all the event or only for a part?
Yeah, I want to know how did you collect challenges? What the process? How did you do? If you ask other like people from the industry to give them to you, or how did you do that?
We are wanted to be more effective. I don't know in English. Oh, yes, I think it's good. To efficient. Excuse me. For this part, Isabel tell you that. Now we use the internet site to help to put we put a post and we use LinkedIn, Facebook, our comment dire, réseau, our partners who share the information. So we are a community to organize the event. So Gael is one of these people and use Nausicaa to share the information. That's how we do how we do now, and we have perhaps Emily speak with you now.
Hello, Anna. For this event, we have the chance to have a lot of partners, like the Blue Living Lab, and these partners propose challenges too.
And just to add something, it's an open call, in fact, and we used all the social networks and the real networks we have here to collect challenges, and after that there is a selection of challenges within the board. We have a board who make a selection, and we rephrased the challenges to make them more understandable, and then after we communicate to the future teams about the challenges we have selected. But as we said, this can be improved, I think.
So yeah, I have a following question. So did you have like people for every challenge, or are there any challenges that no one wanted to address during the hackathon?
We have a team for all the challenges.
Okay.
So we succeed, and we before the event we ask people who are signed and who are registered on the platform to ask to tell us what skills they are, and then the challenges they want to relay it's very nice. And after, before we are with Adrien that you see yesterday, we are trying to match between people who are challengers and challenges in front of us.
And what is interesting is that the more attractive challenges were not the most easy ones. And it's important to make sure that the challenge is quite feasible in the time you have and with the resources you have before promoting it. That's very important, I think.
Brilliant, thank you. Tioni, I think you have a question? Oh, sorry, Anna.
Okay, if Anna wants more, it's okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah. Do you want to come back, Anna?
No, I only wanted to say thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's very interesting because I want to say that, as said Florence, the problem is the connection, the matching with the students and the enterprises. This is also a big challenge for us because maybe there is a challenge about innovation generally, but how you can match a specific innovation about shipping students and the ship owners. This is what we try to do, and this is the difficult one, because I don't know if you have succeeded to match this. And if you have, which way you take students to the place of the ship owners and do the practice there?
So I think the question, as I understand it, is that you were, I think, Tioni, reinforcing that in Piraeus you have the same interesting perception that the matching of the
students and
the problem owner, yes. The challenge, the person who has the challenge, how did you match the teams to the problem owner? Was it simply that the teams selected which challenge they wanted to address, and you were very lucky that actually you had one team for every challenge, or did you have to perhaps ask one of the teams to take a challenge that they hadn't selected? How did you match the problem owners with the solution providers?
Laurent, je ne sais pas si tu peux préciser justement comment vous avez fait le matching entre...
Oui. But yes, I tell you that we ask to the participants when they are perhaps Gail, you can help me because it's very difficult for me in English to now perhaps, but we are very lucky because some you choose the challenge, and it's very very easy for us, but from those who are alone to want to participate, they indicate their skills and what kind of themes they want to choose. And after, with Adrien, we are looking to make the owner of the challenges and the participant to match. And sometimes we phone one of, I think about 5 people. I phone them and I tell you that we have difficulties, and some perhaps they are interested in another team subject, and I succeed to match between owner and participant.
Brilliant. So I think there's a combination of good fortune and your skill in selling the idea, Florence, to some of the applicants. So I think that's probably a good summary. Is that okay, Tioni?
Yes, I understand. Okay. Because yesterday we have also the meeting I have after you. It was about startups and the funding of the startups. And some partners said that they have special needs in the shipping, and then they cannot find these special needs from their others to be answered. And this is a problem again. It's a constant problem.
And is this, Tioni, because the problem owner has a very, very specialized problem?
Yes, and a student cannot know what is the specific problem. And this is the gap between two different parts. And what I'm trying to do is this, to fill this gap, but it's very difficult to do it in practice, in practical way.
I suppose my only sort of perception is that my feeling a little bit is that maybe something like a hackathon is too much of a short-term process in order to address that particular challenge. I think, for example, in the UK, we have these things called knowledge transfer partnerships, where, and I'll just post a link into the chat, where a postgraduate student or an undergraduate student can go and work in a company for up to 12 months in order to support them to develop a project. And in this way, it becomes a more intensive, longer process between the problem.
We have something similar, because our university here in Piraeus has very good cooperation with enterprises, which have also an office to connect and people from the university to go to do a practice for 6 months or 12 months. But also, except of this, there are very advanced questions that someone have and cannot be solved by a student. This is the problem.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Bologna-sur-Mer, for a really interesting presentation. Really fascinating. For me, the thing that I think will be interesting, Gail, is the points that you raise about the transition from being a student in a team of people put together to solve a problem for a problem owner, into transitioning into a team of entrepreneurs. I suspect if you looked hard at the statistics about how many of the ideas that are generated around the globe from global hackathons transfer into successful businesses, then the statistics will be interesting and revealing. So I think for me, that reinforces in my mind that maybe if you're running an entrepreneurship competition, something like hackathons or those kind of ideation activities are useful, but they shouldn't be maybe the sole thing that you do. That maybe exploring other avenues for generating business plans and competitions might help generate more future businesses, if you see my point. So I think that's the main learning point for me, and the bit that I think when we delve into the process in a bit more detail, it will be interesting, as you said, about understanding that if we dwell longer on the first part of that process, maybe we improve our outcomes at the back end. So it will be those kind of things that I think are more interesting. I'm conscious of time. We ought to have a break, and I'm conscious we're running quite late and we have 2 other sessions to hear from. With your agreement, can I possibly ask for us to come back at 20 minutes to? I know it will be a shorter break than we intended, but hopefully long enough for people to get a cup of tea and walk around. Is that okay? Brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. And we look forward to hearing from Gdansk and Koper on our return. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Could I just ask you to turn on your cameras so that we know that you're back with us? Thank you very much. Welcome also to a number of guests who've joined us during the break. I won't necessarily go around and introduce everybody, but just to say that we are running a little bit late. We have a couple of presentations still to go from some of the cities participating in the project who are just updating us on their progress in the project, and then we will work into the we'll move into the gender equality workshop as soon as those presentations are over. I'm looking for whoever might go next. Anna, would you mind if Gdansk went next in terms of its presentation on its progress in the competition?
Yes, of course. Monica has a question. If we can see her. I can't.
I can't see you yet, Mochka, but I can see you're not on mute. That's all I can see.
Okay, I will try to fix this. Sorry.
Brilliant, thank you. Good job. I left you till last then.
Okay, so I tried to do it really quick. Yeah, I want to start with our aspirations we put in the transfer roadmap, which is also kind of a list of our aims. The few are the most important for us: inspire and help young entrepreneurs, posing the scene in the forefront of the local business developments, stimulate intersectional cooperation. This is what we've seen since the ULG establishment. This is what is happening.
Sorry, Anna, are you on slide 3? Because you're still showing slide 1 on your screen.
I can see the third one. I don't know why it's.
There you go. That's it. Great. That's it. That's fine. Yep. Yeah. You just need to move on as you talk. So that's great. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. Also, one of our aims is also to strengthen the diversity and inclusion in the maritime industry, and we started that with ensuring that the ULG representatives are equally men and women, or like almost equally, but we have both of them. Also, our aim is to implement green and blue priorities throughout our project and starter incubators. So this is also the aim we have like internally. This is where we are now. Now we see that some of the activities will be postponed as we see the progress of our process. The competition will start probably in April. The call for ideas will call probably in April. The demo day, at the end of the competition, the demo day will be in September, just probably the day before our transnational meeting. The competition, how we understand it and want to do it, is this pre-acceleration process. So we are going to call for ideas and then work with those people for a few months to help them develop their ideas via workshops, mentoring, and other kind of support. The main activity was to establish ULG and also to organize first meetings. We had the first one in October 2021, just after our last, the month after our last transnational meeting. It was luckily in person, which was really great because it was a possibility for our members to connect and to network. The next one was online due to pandemic situation, and the aim of the first one was to talk about the challenges they see and also to network. The second one was to talk more deeply about challenges. We finished this meeting with 4 main areas of like challenges, I would say: energy, ecology, education, and information in maritime industry. We talked about them in more details this week. The third meeting was on Tuesday. We have like people conducting workshops for us. we are part of the process as well, we decided we would like to have this role not to be workshop, like people who are conducting workshop, but rather also participants. So we share our professional knowledge about how to support entrepreneurship, but also they share their knowledge about maritime challenges. The last one was really fruitful. We had a great discussion, and 2 hours is not enough. So we decided to organize longer meetings in the future. Last time we talked about specific challenges we see in those 4 areas: energetic, education, ecology, and information, because they are probably too general for people to understand what we are looking for. Then we talked about the target groups. So where we think the innovation, like where are the people who can apply, who can submit their proposal to the competition. And then they got the homework to talk in their organization how they would like to be involved as mentors, experts, jury members. We also discussed the idea that they will take part in the deciding who is going to enter this pre-acceleration program. So the idea is that they will have kind of a speed datings with the teams who submit their applications to see if there is a possibility to work together, like the team and also the corporation, the organization, or the company, to make sure that there is a need in the market for this kind of solution. And they responded like really well. They said it's a good idea. This is also how we want to overcome this challenge, that we also see that some ideas could be like not possible to develop within the competition, or maybe there are solutions for kind of problems, and the companies, the experts from maritime industry will know that the best. Yeah, those are those four areas of challenges we would like to address in our competition. And challenges we see within the project are how to not maybe to motivate them, because we have like 14, 15 people attend every ULG meeting, which I think it's a great number, but how to keep them motivated, like to make them be motivated till the end of the process. So yeah, that's also the thing that we are now talking about. But I think that giving them the space to show their expertise, to actually understand the process, to see what they can get from that, it's the first step to have them till the end of the project. The coordination was kind of the challenge, because as you know, Carolina left our team, so I was like alone in the project for a few weeks, so that was really challenging. Now I have Bogdan as well in our team. You met he was here yesterday, so that's what we are now working on, to share our responsibilities. Finances. So how to finance the competition. Now we are applying for the money from the city. So we are in the process of preparing an offer. At the same time, working on the formula of the competition. So that's also, there are a few ULG members also declared that they can give some money, maybe some prizes, not only the expertise. And the biggest challenge is remote work again. The pandemic situation in Poland is really bad, and I don't know when we can still again meet in person, which is for us the most efficient way to work. We try to do everything we can to do it efficiently also online, but people are already like really tired of this kind of meetings, because we have like the fifth phase of pandemic has just started in Poland, so every company moved to remote work last week. So yeah, that will be the challenge. We are going to do everything to do this competition offline, because we think it's the best way to for people to network, which will be one of the most important aim of the competition as well. Yeah, now we are thinking if maybe we will have to big target groups, students and entrepreneurs, and maybe we will have 2 competitions or 2 other formulas for both of them. This is also what came out up 2 days ago on the last ULG meeting. So yeah, we are in the process, and yeah, but I think we are in a good place now. Of course, we know it's not a lot of time till the end of the project, but we feel that it's going really well, apart of those challenges. So that's it, I guess.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anna. I think we experienced some slight challenges with your presentation. It didn't move on as you were talking. So if you could send that to us, we can circulate that, no problem. That's great. But a really interesting overview, and it's great to hear that things are on track, and that you, particularly that you have a really, I think by the sounds of it, a really collaborative OBAC local group who are participating actively in the project, and also I think really interesting that you've defined it as a kind of pre-acceleration program, albeit as you've already explained, you're going to have to find a language to describe that a little bit more comfortably for participants so they understand what the offer is. But I think it's really good. Does anybody have any questions for Anna at all? I don't see any hands raised. Nope. Okay. I am just going to ask the participants who've joined us for the gender equality workshop whether you would possibly mind, I'm going to negotiate with you. We have one more presentation. As I say, we're running a little bit late, a little bit behind time. We have one more presentation from one of our partners, which is COPA. Unfortunately, that participant has to leave at 2 o'clock. I'm just trying to figure out whether we can run the gender equality workshop now and then ask her to present later, or whether we might have to ask her to present now. Would anybody mind if we had one more quick presentation on one of our transfer partners' progress in the project before we move to the gender equality workshop? I see a couple of heads that are shaking and said they're very happy, or they're broadly happy with that concept. So Monika, do you mind awfully if I asked you just to give us an overview of your progress in the transfer of the Piraeus good practice before we jump to the gender equality workshop? Thank you.
Jim, before that, Gael, did you have a question? Because I thought you raised the hand.
Yes, thank you, Dimitris. Just a question to Anna about the ULG. I see that they put a lot of effort on mobilizing their stakeholders and the community. And I wanted to know more about a feeling or the experience she learned in doing so, and what she learned in mobilizing those people, because it's a very, very difficult thing to do here in Boulogne-sur-Mer.
Yeah, maybe I will try to show you pictures. But yeah, we had like a strong network of people before we started to establish ULG. And that was probably what's working for us, because I have like participants of my project, Women Build Ships too, and probably because of that we have a lot of women, because they were already there, so they were waiting for another possibilities to do something else, to evolve. And also we had another big project for maritime industry. Like it was finished in October last year, probably. So they were also open to new propositions. And probably because there was a lot of talking in maritime industry in the last few years, and probably they were like waiting for something real to do. This is also my feeling, that there was a lot of discussions, a lot of documents, a lot of networking meetings, but without any result. And this is a great opportunity to have an influence on something. And and also what is happening also that the structure is open, so we invite new people to every meeting. So we have some people who participate in all the 3 meetings, but also some who just joined last time. And also they tell us that we probably should invite more people from clusters, from business organizations, from our region. So they are really open to that. I'm not 100% sure why. This is probably what I want to ask them about that during the evaluation process. What was so important for them to be so involved? That's also we decided not to talk a lot. I asked my colleagues to be, as I said, only participants, not to say too much, not to moderate the whole workshop, just to give them space to talk, and then we can take from that what we need, what we want to take. But it's crucial for us to give them space to actually talk and share their ideas. So I don't have a clear answer to your question. Probably this is like there was a great need there, and we met that. And I asked them, I don't know if you did that, but at the beginning of the process, I told them that, of course, they are taking part in our meeting as individuals, but they represent companies. So they ask their managers, CEOs, if they can be like officially in ULG meeting. So I think it also helps because they, of course, after every meeting, probably some of them need to go to their boss to say what we did, but they are like they officially can spend their work time on the meeting. So that was also, I think, very crucial because they got official agreement to be part of ULG member ULG group. Yeah.
Brilliant. I think that's really useful. I think we covered this a little bit, obviously, in our last bilateral about how to try and encourage more participation in ULGs. Anna probably won't say this, but I think to her credit, she's done a brilliant job in making, I think, the partners feel like they're participating in the project from the outset. I think we can see from some of the work that she did in the first ULG that it was very participatory, and as she said, that she tried not to dominate the conversation too much. So I think she should take that as a massive compliment and recognition of the way that she's run the process, that people feel like they're engaged in it. So I think that's my only observation.
All I can, because we are an NGO, so maybe it's easier sometimes for us to do some things because we are more independent. That also can be, and maybe it's also a matter of trust, that they trust us. They like it's probably harder to trust municipality because people have a lot of ideas about what municipality is. And we as an NGO, an entrepreneurship incubator, it also probably it's a strong assets that we are seen more as a business than as a regional government. Although we are very dependent on them, but still, it's not the same.
Brilliant. Thank you, Anna. I'm conscious of time. Mochka, would you mind just very quickly giving us an overview of your progress in the transfer?
Yep.
For the benefit of our guests, do you want to just do a quick introduction before you share your screen as to who you are and what city you're from?
Oh, okay, sorry. My name is Mojca. I'm from Slovenia, Koper, and I work at the Regional Development Center.
Thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
Perfect, yep.
Okay. So our core challenges and goals for this project we found is that our region has a number of tertiary educational institutions, but despite the many faculties based in the region, students find it challenging to find a job after completing their studies, and many are forced to leave the region. So with the BluAct project and this competition, we want to introduce to students to one of their options after graduation. And this is an entrepreneurial opportunity in one of the sectors of the blue economy, which is quite modest in Slovenia compared to other European countries. And because despite the large number of companies in the coastal Kars region, there's a shortage of companies dealing especially with the content of the blue economy, and the link between the sea and the entrepreneurship is weak. So due to the small number of these young entrepreneurs within the blue economy, and therefore a small number of innovative blue ideas suitable for the competition, we decided to follow a good practice model that focus on students at local faculties. And we would like to encourage them with the help of their professors as part of their study programs to develop good entrepreneurial ideas for the competition. So the aim is to create a bond between young people, the world of entrepreneurship, and the sea, which will be also the foundation for launching the blue economy. Over the course of the transfer process, we envisage we will deliver the following outputs. One is, of course, transfer roadmap, then URBAC local group, and at least 4 members at the ULG. Approximately 10 ideas for the competition, and then at the end 3 winners. So at the beginning, we thought about young entrepreneurs as potential candidates for the Blue Growth competition, but then at the first transnational meeting, we got advice and we changed our target group. So the first change was a new target group. And the second one was also members of the ULG. At the first ULG member in September, we had 2 representatives of faculties, a representative of organization, hub of NGOs of the region, and us, as organization. And in the second ULG meeting, which was in the middle of December, we got new members, so there were some changes, and now we have a representative of faculty of sorry. Management, a representative of Center for the Promotion of Entrepreneurship, and a successful entrepreneur, and us as organization. So we have like someone from academic sector, community, private, and public sector. At the beginning of December, we also started with some presentations to students. at the Faculty of Management, and we represented to them the program, the project, the cooperation between our organization and their faculty, what is blue growth and blue economy, and the competition and the challenge, where the challenge is quite general, because we like to get different ideas from all the sectors in the blue economy. And so the challenge is, how can we reduce the negative impact of human activity on the quality of our coastal areas, seas and oceans? So they can work, for example, to, I don't know, how can be tourism more sustainable? What can we do with pollution, plastics and waste? Maybe with some new aquaculture and so on. So we are here now in the step 2, let's say, in the competition preparation, and the competition, this second step will be shorter than planned in the transfer roadmap. It will be from October to April. And so because the competition delivery will be also slightly earlier and slightly shorter. It will be like from April to June. We find it challenging the phase deliver incubation program, because we are not sure if students will want to work on their projects and ideas after the competition, because they will have exams, then will be summer, maybe some will not come back to the faculty. So we are finding this as a challenge for now. Yes, and that's all. Okay.
Thank you much. That's great, brilliant. We can pick up some of the challenges, I think, maybe one-to-one. Does anybody have any questions that they want to ask of Mochka and the process that she's going through, and some of the issues that she's experiencing? I can't see any raised hands, so I'm just conscious of time. So Mochka, thank you very much for the presentation. As I say, we can connect later this month or next month, just to pick up the issue of the challenge that you raised, so we can deal with that offline. So that'd be great. Right, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us for the workshop on gender equality. Let me explain very quickly a little bit of the background, and then Angelos is going to very kindly move us into breakout rooms to enable us to have a discussion and to explore this issue. So just for the benefit of everybody who's joined us, just to give you a little bit of background as to where this challenge came from. Anna in Gdansk, I think, is very active in terms of trying to ensure that she achieves parity, or goes to some extent beyond parity, which is probably what we should be aiming to achieve in terms of gender equality, in terms of the workshop that she is running. So it's an area, I think, of specific interest for Gdansk, and they do a lot of work in this space. And through discussion around some of the potential things that we wanted to share, Isabel in Bologna-sur-Mer said, actually, it's a topic that she wanted to understand a bit more about and explore. So this is very much your opportunity to discuss how you have dealt with this in the past, how you've come up with solutions to the challenge, how you are trying to ensure that you deliver gender equality in the organization of entrepreneurship competitions. As I said, Angelos will split us into breakout rooms for half an hour to 35 minutes. If possible, I would suggest that we run till 11:45, and then we'll break for lunch and return after lunch for reports back from the groups. I would ask you, if you can, within your group, when you get broken into a breakout room, to nominate somebody who can take some notes from the discussion. I'd like to think, if possible, that individual could email me their notes from the session, because that will allow me to capture the best of the ideas that are generated and the best of the conversation. And then I can capture that in a report of the meeting. Maybe you might also want to nominate a facilitator just to guide the conversation, or that person might naturally emerge in the group. Often it's the first person who says something that gets nominated with that role. And the issues that I would like you to try and explore but go beyond these, or some of the questions are, what are the specific barriers and challenges that women entrepreneurs face? How do you measure and monitor and share and review your own performance in terms of gender equality? How do you ensure that the needs of women entrepreneurs are embedded in your competitions? How do you tackle potential recruitment bias? Or what proactive activities are you undertaking to try and overcome recruitment bias? How do you challenge stereotypes in the design and delivery of your competition? What, if any, adapted services do you provide to improve the support available to women entrepreneurs? And what other important issues are there to address? So, Angelos, if you can break us out into breakout rooms, unless anybody has any questions, I look forward to seeing you back at what effectively will be, I think, 1:30 Central European time for everybody to report back. Is that right, Dimitros?
Jim, before that, I would kindly like to ask Angelos to make a very, very short presentation of the forum, because we have the ULG members, so this might be the right occasion for them to be informed about that, because afterwards we might lose some of them. So now, if Angelos agrees, just for 1 minute.
And I would like to ask something else. How are we going to be splitted? Are you going to suggest a way, or is it just...
Angelos is going to manage the division of the groups rather from the center.
Yeah, I don't mean technically wise. I mean, how can I say, participation wise. I mean, so that we don't end up all of the BluAct project in one, or another group in another, something like that. I think we have to be mixed, at least some partners in one and some partners in the other.
Yeah, that's true. So I will make the breakout rooms so you can to let participants choose room. So you can the BluAct team can be splitted and choose a room that so we are equally distributed along
yes,
the.
And let's say, Angelos, that at least 2 partners are in each group.
Yeah.
And if you can, Angelos, try and achieve some gender parity in your division of groups as well.
I don't think this is difficult.
We'll see. We'll see, leader.
I think the majority are women.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And it used to be much even more in the previous phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A matriarchy network offer, but
So by default, the gender equality in Blue Growth competition is towards women then.
So, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
You have a minute, Angelos.
1 minute. So if you Google BluAct Forum, you are directly linked to this page. It's the tool that we have created since June. And its purpose is to keep the ULG groups, the networks in maritime and blue economy of 7 cities from the previous phase of BluAct, stay alive, stay connected, share. And the second wave of BluAct brought 3 more cities with their networks, even if they existed or are created with the airbag method, and stay alive. So this forum tends to be a continuous pan-European multi-ULG meeting. And everyone can post. If you log in, give your name, email, city, profession, and your role in blue economy. Everyone can join and create a new post, looking for an expert, networking, looking for partners, blue economy resources, funding opportunities. So a call that might be interesting for the economy. So it's about working all together, spend like 2 minutes from our time and create a very useful tool for everyone of our networks that is working on blue economy.
Brilliant. Thank you, Angelos. Sorry to cut you off, but that's really helpful. If you'd send a link, perhaps in the chat, people can look at it. Lida, is that a raised hand or a historic hand? You're on mute.
Historic.
Okay, thank you very much. Angelos, can you please put us into breakout rooms so we can start the discussion on gender equality in blue growth competitions? Can I just ask that the person who makes the notes is somebody who does come back at 1:30 so that they can report back? The worst case scenario is nominate
the notes and go.
Yeah, they nominate somebody that doesn't stay. Yeah.
So the rooms will be manually. Every participant should manually choose on his own or her own the room.
Okay, good luck, everybody. I'll see you on the other side.
I guess something is not working because I saw the rooms before. Now they're not there.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, exactly.
They're back.
Now it's here back.
I have a slight issue that some people have managed to get into a room. I can't see my name on the list, Angelos.
Me too, I cannot manage.
I can just press join. Just press join. Is that?
You just have to press join next to room 1, room 2, or room 3. And under
Yes,
each
but
room,
I can't see any room or whatever. How do you? I've been back to the website. I don't see where the rooms are. Where do you press that, Angelos?
no, you should be in Zoom, not in the website.
Yes, I'm in Zoom. But I mean, I don't see any, where do you have to go?
Yeah, me too.
More.
Same for me.
Under
the
more.
ones that I have guessed this, so the ones that can't find it stays in this room.
Okay. So we are invited to stay in this room, that's all.
Yeah. The rooms were
Well,
for the directors of
But we can't.
I think there is an option in the bottom that says breakout rooms next to record. Do you have these options in order to press it?
Yes, and I am in the room, but I cannot join.
Let me.
Ah, yeah.
Somebody's in room 1 alone. Dimitris is alone in room 1. But I don't know how can I join. I can't join.
Augustinus will move you.
Okay, Lida will assign you to room 1 with Dimitris. Also, I will assign a couple of participants to the room 1. Okay, Christina. And the other we will stay here. Okay, so we have 4 rooms. Okay, so we can start.
Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful contributions. We're going to go to a lunch break now, and we will return at what is effectively going to be 1:30 Central European time, 2:30 Greek time. For those of you who want to rejoin to hear the collective feedback of everybody from the various breakout sessions, you're welcome to rejoin us if you would like to. But thank you, everybody, for your contributions, and particularly the members of the Piraeus ULG. Look forward to seeing you in approximately 40 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everybody. If you could turn your cameras on just to make sure that we know you're back, that would be helpful. I like Gregory's picture there of a what looks like a rural landscape. Just waiting for the last few people just to turn their cameras back on. Brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a restful break and were able to grab a drink and get a bit of a walk around. And I guess for those people that took some notes during those breakout sessions, hopefully gave you a bit of time just to reflect on the discussions that we had, albeit they were quite rushed and brief, so apologies for that. But I'm sure there's some really good content. So what I would like to try and do, if at all possible, is to ask those people who took notes to do two things for me. One is to just try and present back to the wider group a summary of the discussions, if at all possible. And the second one is to ask you to email me the notes, if that's possible, predominantly because I'm going to be trying to listen to your feedback and encourage people to discuss the issues, and probably won't get a great deal of opportunity to make a set of my own notes on the back of them. So it'd be really helpful. I'll just put my email address in the chat function for anybody who made the notes, if that's okay. I'm assuming, unless I'm wrong, on my screen, Anna, you might be the first person from room 2, but I'm going to ask somebody in room 1, if that's all right, to feedback.
I can give you the feedback from the room 1. First, we discussed about the hesitation from the side of women to speak in public. They tend to participate, that they seem that they did not express themselves publicly. So there was a proposal to organize an event with a special prize for women regarding their participation in their, let's say, their involvement in blue entrepreneurship. Also, it was discussed how we can merge with, or not merge, how can we connect activities with Women-Tor. An initiative, Lida is more aware of that than me, how women are inspired by other women to come in front. There was also a proposal to formulate a group to work on the question how to feminize entrepreneurship. In the next hackathon, I believe this was by Gael from Boulogne-sur-Mer, in order to include more women. We discussed also the social aspect on why women do not participate, do not undertake the initiative from to business initiatives, let's say. We also refer to the mentor, Empower Women, which is also another initiative regarding the women participation in blue economy. And also to include, let's say, some input from the GRESS project. Also, Lida is aware of that, I believe.
From the what project, sorry?
GRESS, it's an Lida, could you give us some more info? You're muted, Lida.
It's a project that Piraeus runs under Indirect Europe. So it deals with with policies in green infrastructure and green, let's say, greening the cities. And we had organized a common meeting with BluAct. So some of our members were also participating. They gave us some feedback on issues in blue economy and in general, what is the status of gender equality. And we thought of trying to find the synergies with them and how they approach. There is also one project that deals with gender equality in marine robotics. And Gregory shared it with us under strategies. Well, I can't say we really tackled the questions. It was more like a brainstorming session, given that it was the first time we deal with that. And okay, we touched all aspects in the sense that though blue economy has sectors that are dealing more with engineering, still women can be an important part of it. Maybe with the coastal sector, but even with engineering, as Agostino said, there are many students in engineering that are women in NTUA that I collaborate with. We do a lot of desalination projects, and most of them, I think they were in the other group, not ours. They deal with engineering projects in desalination or removing important metals or precious whatever minerals from water, which is again a blue growth sector that shows a very big growth.
Jim, we also referred to the very low women participation in shipping industry. And as Agostino said, according to his opinion, the women do not lack education. They lack opportunities. They lack equal opportunities.
Dimitris, sorry to interrupt. You're talking about room 3 now?
Room 1. It became room 1 in the meantime, I believe.
Okay, so okay. So you're talking about the common room we had in the previous ULG.
Yes.
Okay.
You have anything more to add, George? George is the ULG coordination on behalf of Municipality of Piraeus.
Yes, of course. Actually, that actually was the main framework. But Ariana, I think that we have 2 suggestions that we heard.
Yes. So yeah, I think that Dimitris also mentioned them, but it was suggested to include a prize, a specific award referring to women only, so that we can further motivate them to be more active in the participation process and not just be part of a team, so that we can enhance women presence in the shipping and in general in the blue industry. And also, yeah, we need to broaden the scopes of the competition field to provide some equal opportunities and to be exemplified by the cases of other countries like Portugal, as I think Agostinos mentioned, that they suggested that there was a team only membered by women who suggested some brilliant ideas on the clothings of the members of the shipping industry. So yeah, this is it.
Brilliant, thank you.
Last but not least, I believe, Lida suggested also that we should encourage women to participate in each group that would participate, or team, let's say better, to participate, that they will participate in the competition. So we will encourage to have a certain percentage of women participating in this group.
As they do in EU projects, that they ask for, how many women there are there. I don't know if they offer any more points to that, but they are certainly aware of how the participants are expressed, that they're present.
Yeah, I think in, I don't know whether it's still the case, but in certain EU projects, they used to ask
Yeah, they do.
to prepare
Right.
gender mainstreaming strategies and things like this at the outset of the project.
Yes, yes.
So yeah.
And they even ask if they are in a leading position, not just the percentage of women participating, but the percentage of women leading teams.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you to colleagues in, do I pronounce this right? Inoveco. So thank you very much.
Inoveco, yes, right. Thank you.
Inoveco, thank you for your contribution. That's great. Does anybody have any comments about the feedback from room one? Anybody want to make any observations or any comments?
I started to think about one thing. If we have because sometimes because there is less women in some areas of blue economy because they didn't study, for example, technology so often. So I started to think if our challenges are also covering the areas where there's a lot of women. So that could be also interesting to look at them from this perspective, because of course, there is probably more of them. For example, in logistics, less of them is in hard technology. This is what we have in Poland.
Maybe in tourism.
Yeah, in tourism. Yeah, so it would be also important for me now to look at those challenges and to see if we have different challenges and give the opportunity for women also to take part with their expertise.
I think that's a really good observation. I think the point, I suppose, of this discussion is that we know, don't we, that women are underrepresented in tech subjects generally, and in engineering as well. So there is a structural issue, and as I say, that is a kind of societal wide issue. It isn't just limited to just these kind of competitions, but it's a problem, therefore, that these competitions suffer from by their very nature. So maybe we have to enact proactive strategies to try and overcome some of that gender imbalance that is, as I say, structural. Brilliant. Okay, thank you, everybody. Anna, you've conveniently nominated yourself, if you don't mind, for the next stage of the feedback from room 2, if that's okay.
Yes, I can share our insights. If I miss something, please interrupt me or then fill it. So we started with kind of a diagnosis that it's a challenging. We are in the maritime industry, but in the same time in the entrepreneurship competition startups world, and they are both rather male lead. So maybe the challenge is even twice as hard. So we also talked that there is, of course, the lack of confidence, feeling of incompetences, and sometimes the lack of the feeling that I don't belong here, that stops women from submitting their ideas or taking part in this kind of competition because they don't see themselves as this is the area they belong. And I shared my experience that, for example, in our competition last year, we have one team led by women, and there is 7 more led by men. And those women, they felt that it was more difficult for them to be in the only female team. So it's important not to have only one woman on one team, but more. We also talked that it's not only about the representation, but also about who is speaking. So it's not only about having them in teams, but also to make sure that they also have an influence on what is going on. And also that's the challenge I see during the ULG meeting, to have women not only be there, but also to speak. And there was an idea that maybe it should be a rule that we take care of who is speaking. And also lack of role models, that's kind of a problem. So Isabel told about their findings, that they found some materials they can share and build awareness of women in maritime industry. And we also were talking about solutions, and we also were talking about the idea to have this rule that there should be a woman, at least one in every team, or maybe teams with women or led by women should have extra points. That needs to be considered, because sometimes there are some controversies around that. So it's important to do it like really smart. It's important to gather data, quantitative and qualitative, evaluate the process, analyze it, and be patient to actually see what works, what is not working. And also, someone said that it's really important to have the relevant evaluation methods, because sometimes you need to think a little bit more about what gives you the answers you really need and that are true. You need to be aware of difficulties in every phase of the competition, because they can be different in the preparation phase and different during the demo days. And I said that there is a research that says that voices women are less trusted than men's voices. So it's really also, it has an influence who is speaking. And it works on a very unconscious level. So that can give men extra points during pitching, for example, without anyone realize that this is what is happening. It's also important to build relationships and gather as many contacts as possible. And information phase is important. So what language do you use? What pictures you use when you are communicating about the competition? If you have also female pronouns, no, not the female endings. In Polish, that's the case, that you have male and female versions of words, and it makes difference if you use both of them or only one of them. And also, it's important to having men on board, involve them, and use their privilege sometimes. We also talked that it can be different it can differ in different countries, but the thing is to maybe think wider and have an intersectional approach, because it's not sometimes it's not only about gender, but also about people of color, LGBT plus people. I know that in UK that's the case, that they have like maritime in UK organization. They have like LGBT plus network, ethnic network, and LGBT plus network and mental health network. So different kind of, because they know there are different minorities. So yeah, so be aware that maybe it's not only about gender. There is also another minority that has a problem with access, or maybe they are women, for example, with disabilities, and that's also the challenge. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Is that everything? Anybody else from group or room 2 want to make a comment? I have to be slightly careful because I think it's a comment I made, but the only other thing that maybe we talked about was about the idea of user-centered design, adopting a user-centered design kind of methodology, where you ensure from the outset of the competition that you embed the lived experiences of women at the heart of the competition design and delivery process. So, you know, often, you can do that by ensuring you've got good representation on your governance group, for example, making sure the gender balance of your ULG is right, but you might also choose to have a kind of advisory panel specifically set up for the purpose of trying to make sure that you capture the the lived experiences of female entrepreneurs in the design and delivery of the project, so that you always consult with that reference group to make sure that they provide you with feedback and comments at key stages in the sort of development of the project. So I think that was just one thought that came out of our group. Who is room 3?
I believe
no one. The first room merged to the other 2 because they felt they
too small.
They wanted a bigger audience.
Oh, okay, no problem. That's fine. That's super. Great. So, does anybody else have anything they want to raise on the gender equality issue? As I say, my objective is to try and collate feedback back from everybody into a central report. So as I've said in the chat function, if you can just send me your notes. And what I'd also like to suggest, Anna, if you're happy being a reference point, I'd like you to have a first look at the draft of the report and see whether you think I've missed anything or whether you think I could do anything more, because I think this is a topic that you're more specialized in, and so I'll do that. I'll write up the notes and add to it, and then confer with you and see if you want to add anything. To be fair, I think I could do the same actually with Isabel and Mocha as well, because actually, aren't we really lucky and wonderful that we have three such great URBACT local group coordinators within the partnership who are probably a better reference point. So I'll do that. I'll consult with everybody and see what people want to add.
Note that men here were minority.
It's true, our gender balance was good. And one of the points that Alison made in our group, which I think she made very well, was that she said it needs men to be at the heart of this subject and this discussion, because without it, it won't affect the change that's required. So we can pat ourselves on the back for participating in the conversation, because as I say, it helps us to redress some of our conceptions maybe, and helps us be better every day. So that's great. So I think there is just one very quick session that we didn't cover off, and then we're going to open it up for questions for everybody. I promise you, this will be a 3-minute session. So I'm looking at the clock, and I'm going to very quickly just cover off the learning log session, which I've managed to push all the way to the back of this process. And I'm going to cover it off very quickly because you'll get these slides and you'll be able to see it. I just want to say something about learning logs, and to say that learning logs are a standard methodology in project management. Often they're described as lessons learned logs. So it's a recognized procedure and methodology in a standard project management process for capturing the things that you learn on the journey of delivering a project, and then replaying them or reviewing them at the end of the project, and then replaying them externally to other people so that they can learn the lessons that you learned quicker and faster, and so on and so forth. I've included a kind of template of some of the things that you might want to think about when you're thinking about what did I learn when I delivered this project, about the effectiveness of the project team, about the time management, about the way that you manage risks, the way you communicate, the quality, etc., etc. And I'll just show you, look, here's a couple of examples of people just keeping diaries in the project. I'm not saying this is the only way to do it, but people just making little bits of notes about the project as they go on and deliver it. You don't have to be paper-based. It might be that you just stick Post-it notes on something, or make a quick comment on something. Just to say, in URBACT, there is going to be an ask of you to prepare a learning log at the end of the project. And that's effectively a document capturing all the key learning points emerging from the overall network experience and putting everything in layman's terms. So you will be asked to describe the learning that you've acquired through the project at the end of the project. This sets out a little bit about its cover and what it covers. It's mostly about learning points for individuals, learning points for the organizations involved, the learning points at a city level, and your overall conclusions on your progress of delivery. The way this will work is near the end of the project, I will send you a template, a blank template, a partly populated template with sections for you to complete. And then this is the kind of coverage, as I said, in terms of, you know, what individual beneficiaries have learnt, what organizations have learnt, the changes that have been made at the level of the organization, what structural changes have happened because of the projects, what benefits have been felt at the city level, and then your conclusion at the end of it. So I have nothing more to say. I think I did that in 4 minutes. I failed not to do it in 3. But the principle, if anybody wants to have a more detailed conversation, I would like to try and fix up some Skypes probably with partners next month, just to touch base after the back of this transnational meeting, get feedback for the next one, etc., and we can discuss that in those Skype meetings. So just to say, try if you can to think about, as you go on this journey, what lessons you are learning and what lessons your ULG and your partnership and your city is learning, because you will get asked them at a later date. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions about the last 2 days' activities, discussions, collaborations, or the next phases of the project?
Can I speak?
Leonie.
Okay. I want to say that this time our partners are very mature, and I'm happy that we also learn from them. And the question of them, it's a very good input for us also. And they have the experience of the competition already. So it's not the competition itself, it's the special, subject and the subjects that we are faced above the competition. It's to startups, people, and to motivate them to participate in our society. I think this is the my point.
Isabel?
Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank everyone. That was very interesting. And I hope that we manage to meet physically next time. It will be even better. Just wanted also to give a remark, which has nothing to do with what you did today. The synergy, I've had a message from Julien Lambert that the synergy is not available next week. So it's just to mention, because with Lida, I mean, I said that I would put all the expenses towards the end of this week, but you might be in trouble to access Synergy next week. It will be possible. I don't know if everybody was aware of it. It's just I found out yesterday.
It's okay. Just let me know when you finish, and then we'll catch it up from there. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I can't see anybody else. Anna, sorry.
Yeah, I only want to say thank you. It was like really inspiring for me. So now we have a meeting I have a meeting with our team, so we will talk through all the inspirations I got. So thanks.
So I'll get most of that stuff loaded up onto Basecamp as soon as I can. If anybody else could send me their presentations that hasn't done so, I'll make sure that happens. Moshka, yours I think as well would be great if possible. And that's super. No other hands up?
Just Sim, I want to thank everybody for their participation, especially the ULG members, and also their contribution to our conversation. I'm always interested in the other aspect of everything, because we tend to, let's say, focus on what we know. So when we come in touch with other people from other countries, we see other mentalities and other ways to function. The crucial thing is how we can adapt these alternative, let's say, methods to our method and make them effective. I know that in the public sector, this kind of adjustability is not very easy to be done. But it's something that we can work on. We're humans, and I believe that humans make the institutions. So if we can achieve that, this is, I think, the essence of the project, of each project.
Okay.
That's for me.
Personally, I would like to thank Alexandra, who was the previous project manager, and she's attending the meeting because maybe some of you don't know her. And just to thank her once more that she's with us. And if anybody wants to ask something from the past, she's here to answer your questions. Hello, Alexandra.
Hello, it was really nice to see you again, everyone. And yeah, with many of you, we are in touch. Also with Dimitris, we speak quite often. So it's nice to see the progress of the project. I hope to meet you in person one day.
That'd be lovely. And I echo Lida's comments. Lovely to see you looking so well as well. So that's great. Super. Unless anybody else has anything else to say, I think we will meet again virtually, I think, one more time. And in principle, we will see everybody presumably in Paris in March.
Not in Paris, in Boulogne first, and then
Boulogne first. You're right. Then
in a hurry to
then Paris. Of course. Yeah, you're right. And I need to, again, Isabel, we just need to connect in the next few weeks on just some of the detail around that. And we'll be in touch around organizing the detail, and that everybody will have the information when we can get that pulled together.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you all.
Have a great week. Take
Bye.
care.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
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 Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Κύριε Κοκκίνη, μ' ακούτε?
Σας ακούω, ένα λεπτάκι.
Θα σας τηλεφωνήσω.